All right, all right, all right. Let's see. This. Let's turn this on. And we're back. We're back for round 6. My God. I can't believe I'm doing this. Why the hell am I doing this? Yeah, so last stream was a bit of a disaster. It was obviously a long day, a long stream, and I'm very, very tired and very, very drunk, as I usually do. For CitizenCon. Exact same thing happened last year as well. I just got totally wasted and was falling asleep. And I said to myself, well, I'm going to learn from my mistakes. I'm not going to do that again. Well, folks, spoiler alert, it happened again. So today, I've learned my lesson. I've really learned my lesson this time. I've had some sleep. I had a little nap before the stream. I'm having a cup of coffee. And I have tea. I have a big bottle of tea. I do have some beer. I don't know how beer crazy I'm going to go. I think I still have some of this. I have a tiny little bit of this sake. Probably won't drink much though. I still have a cough. I can't shake this cough, so I might be coughing and spluttering. But crucially, I do have. Oh, that's the wrong bingo card. Hey, it's weird that that's the wrong bingo. So yeah, I with the bingo card, I almost got there. Where is if I can find bingo card? Okay. I had quite a few technical issues yesterday as well. My headphones died, and I had some issues with the streaming. But hopefully that was an example of another technical issue. But you know, there you go, you're fixed. What's this side? Here's my bingo card. As you can see, we got quite a few yesterday, but not a bingo. We're looking for maybe Squadron 42 release date and some bounty hunting 2.0. But if I do get a bingo, I still do have the chartreuse here, the green chartreuse, and I will have a shot. That if we get one, if we get two bingos, I'll have two. I'm still not sure about the entity graph update. They did talk about it a little bit more, so I'm going to keep an eye out for that today. Maybe we might get some news about that. I don't know what else. New missions. I didn't really. Maybe it's that one's debatable too, because they did talk a bit about missions in PYRO. Maybe we saw some master modes. Chief armor. Yeah, it's not clear. PYRO without server meshing is kind of. You could argue for that one as well, because it's going to be tested on the preview server, whatever the hell that means. So you could also mark that one down. We'll leave it for now, but keep in mind that may change. All right, let's. How are we going? Still not live. Let's test the stream out. I go like this. Does that work? Oh! This, well, this nonsense is annoying. Okay. Is that okay? This is from yesterday. And maybe I have some safe for streaming music I can play. What did I play last time? It was genre. It was what did I do? I think it was like electronic, dance electronic. And wasn't it funky? Mood, funky. Why? It's gonna be super loud, isn't it? Oops. How did that even happen? Oh, right. Is this the start? How many times do I need to resize that? Is this it? Has it started? How loud is that? And I don't like this song. What about? All pretty loud. West bad. I think. Is this right? I hope that I'm on the right thing. Okay. Let's just double check. Watch now. Okay. Looks like it's up. Right. I thought I would have to like fill a bit more time, watch some videos, but looks like it's up and running. 07. Everyone's 07ing in the chat. 07, everyone. Yeah, so predictions. I don't think predictions are very interesting. What's so good about predicting something? Like, who cares? Is that bragging rights or something? I got it right. But I assume we're going to see some kind of release date for Squadron 42, which is that's pretty cool. That's exciting, I guess, right? We're not that cynical. In terms of my bingo card, I kind of want to see some progress on master modes. Everything that they mentioned last year, for God's sakes, for crying out loud. I want an update on everything they promised last year. EVA 2.0 vaulting is in the mix, so that's good. But you know, I want to see. We did get some FPS scanning previews, but like, I don't know. New Mobilglass, new star map. I guess we saw all that. How far along are they with control surfaces and armor? That's a big question, because if it's going to start soon, if it's going to be released soon, Squadron 42 is going to be released soon, then surely all of that stuff is getting pretty close. You would imagine. 1 hour until it starts. Day 2. Let's go. I don't know if I want anything else, to be honest. Like, I don't know, the preview of server meshing was insane. Like, that was the craziest thing. That was the most impressive thing that I've ever seen. The crash recovery stuff, how server meshing is going to work. That's it. Like, that's the future of Star Citizen. That's crazy. But anything else, I guess, is just garnish. It's just like extra. What do you call it? It's gravy. Everything else is gravy. Should I have some snack or something? Maybe I should have something to eat. Should have bought snacks. What was I thinking? At least I have my my tea. I came prepared that much at least. Alright, how many people are watching Star Citizen at the moment? Alright, still 42,000. 42.2 thousand, so you know. Getting there, but we'll see how big it gets. I'm going to be coughing all this whole stream. Also, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stay for the whole thing. I've got to, like, it's 2 at the moment. I think that I'm going to have to get my daughter ready for school in the morning. So that means I'll have to leave here at like 8:30 in the morning. I don't know, man. We'll get the lion's share done. Anyway, get some reactions. Oh my god! Ooh! Wow! Is the audio bad? Someone was complaining about the audio in chat. It seems fine. What about my audio? All right. Got a message? Oh, I got a message. Hello, Telestasis. What's up? Your stream is excellent. Well done. I choose to follow you because I find your stuff to be incredibly interesting and enjoyable. Keep going. Thank you, Junior R, for sending me a private message about... You can send it to me in chat. There is a chat. I suspect we might get a Solicitation. Does he follow me? It's a weird. There's like a spelling mistake in the copy paste, which is kind of weird. All right. I think we got time. So maybe I'll get something to eat, maybe. This music's awesome. Well, I found a ice cream and some chocolate. That's gonna have to do. That's still going. Let's get ready to be blown away, my Star Citizen. Let me know if you can hear me. I'm having all sorts of audio troubles recently. Yesterday was pretty good, from what I remember. Maybe we still got another half an hour or so of this. Man, starting the stream at 2, but like they don't get going until 3. That's pretty rough. I think I kind of want to watch the server meshing preview again. Maybe I should keep the Star Citizen stream up on this computer. Make sure I don't miss anything. And then watch some other things while we're waiting. Might be more productive, I think. Yeah, where's my... Streaming my own live stream on a live stream. This is getting pretty meta. All right, does that work? There's 2 me's. All right, I'm eating in this one too. So, where's the server meshing thing? That's Maelstrom, right? All of that stuff was cool, fine, audio. Alright, here. So...
Tangoos I spawn in the other zone.
Is this a 2-for? 2 for 1?
And then, if I go and...
Kill 1?
Transition one of those... They will also transition.
No, wait, that's too far forward. Replication layer update.
As the replication layer.
All right, here we go.
I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that text, and I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video, like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right.
What could possibly go wrong?
So this will all be live. So
Wait, he loads up 2 clients. All right, so
before we start,
this is great already. This is already great.
I'll just give you a little bit of overview what you see.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for glitches. That ice cream was amazing. Here we go. We're loading up, boys. Should I be reacting to my own reactions?
Left side, you will see my client window.
Okay.
On the bottom side, you will see
Maybe.
server render. So for this
I think I kind of need a cup. This is like too big, this bottle. Hey, 30k'd already. Don't be so excited. Don't be so excited by 30k'ing. I got to turn it up to hear the guy, but I want to turn myself down.
And he just logged out for the start of second. Let's do this again.
Take two, here we go. Take 2, here we go.
On this side you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph working.
So I was watching Salty Mike's stream. I wasn't quite sure about what was going on here. I thought that initially I thought this was 3 different servers, and then it was confirmed to be object containers. So these are 3 object containers. So this is how the game works at the moment. you load in and you load into an object container and you walk from object container to object container, and they stream out as you move along. This is he's talking about the replication layer here and how all of these entities are connected to the replication layer, right? I think, does he move? He spawns in some plushies. Right, and he's being handed off from one... Okay. So he's just been handed off from one object container to another object container, essentially. Here. Zigzag on the bag is now following. Right, and so when he goes around the corner, when plushies, there's the plushies. So when he goes around the corner, the plushies are connected to this object container, and then they change ownership or authorship as they go from one. So people and objects change authorship. Great. What's going on with me?
Play around. It gameplay when you, and this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play
Am
around,
I okay?
it goes in the millions of entities.
Fucking Christ.
So this in itself is pretty amazing tech.
It is, well, you know, it is amazing. Yeah, clearly amazing. Clearly amazing. Yeah, so there's a lot of entities, right? And I don't know how this all works with Maelstrom, because I assume if you have an archway, a lot of those archways were breaking apart and into smaller pieces. So do you have like one archway and then it breaks apart and then you have thousands of different pieces, different entities of all these fragments? So this is how the game works at the moment. You turn the corner and the purple zone gets streamed out. That's pretty easy to sort of understand or figure out, right? And then when you come back, it gets streamed back in. This is how the game works at the moment. He gets a second player in, kills the server. You do that? You haven't done that yet, right? I'm getting distracted by chat in this section here. He does like kill the server at some point, right?
Let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game.
It's a little buggy.
It's still alpha, and sometimes
Yeah, it's still alpha. Still
can
alpha.
happen.
You got time,
So let's
CIG.
see what's happening?
Okay, so this is the crash recovery.
My server here.
Oh, 30k. We're gonna 30k. Here we go, boys.
The console.
Here we go.
So let's
I'm so excited. Why am I so excited?
And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30k or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a
Oh,
bit.
yeah, the buggy jumped up.
Buzz does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but
The
world
pingus? I love
is
that
in a frozen
pronunciation.
state right now.
You saying
But I did
pingu
this
and not
because I'm
pingu?
connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it.
Well, I'm patient. I'm patient.
We're
We're patient. Just riffing off
I play
myself.
Citizen. I'm very, very patient.
We're very, very patient. Yeah,
And as you can see, now that the server came back,
I agree with myself.
restored the state.
We're definitely down for that. That's very cool.
It restores the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before.
Now put it in the fucking game.
Now
This
put
is
it in
very
the
this is a great benefit of what
Don't worry, mate. It's coming. It's coming.
But
This is funky music. I like this.
But there's more.
How the hell do I open this?
try this thing again. I just built my server and I'm trying to do that again. But this time we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. We can talk about it in a second. Let's stop that server again.
Stop this. How do I open this?
Okay. So this is the bit where you get murdered in any FPS encounter.
Maybe. Maybe if
Maybe
it's
not. Maybe they can't shoot you in this situation.
I'm running this
because it's happening to everyone, right?
Maybe he gets the same freeze.
Yeah.
the entire stack of our game.
That's how I understand it anyway. Me.
This
Other
is
me.
for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear
This music.
to be able to develop our game. Because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here.
So what's my reaction?
All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey Ben. However, what just happened? So as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this application.
A server mesh,
So
if
what
you will.
guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh.
Yay! It works! Now put it in the game. I don't have that on my bingo, so this is definitely replication layer update.
All right.
I'm worried about my
Now
stupid
I'm going to
bingo.
remain in the server when it came up and the replication there realized there are 3 servers. We assigned different zones to those
Okay.
servers, and we said,
Okay.
okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area.
All right,
Okay,
so now
makes
let's
sense.
move from one server
you
to
can
another.
still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So
Right. So
while
because
I'm
it's
in
connected
this
to
green
the
zone
replication
at the
layer.
moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority.
Okay.
And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again,
Okay.
it's the
I wonder
very
if it
first
works
time
seamlessly in the
I see
game.
on my client here, I don't notice anything of that.
Yeah.
This all happens behind the scene. And this
That was what I was
doesn't
worried
work
about.
Only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well.
Shoot the pingu.
You can see that even entities, as they
Yeah.
transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone.
That's pretty wild.
Okay,
that's
very
wild.
good. That's very good.
That's
Obviously, this
excellent.
is great.
Excellent.
And not only that, I can also interact with entities.
Put it in the
that are
game.
on the
Put
other
it in the
side.
game.
So
When's
I
it
go
coming into the
on
game?
green zone, for example, and I shoot this. I can still shoot that purple entity,
Interesting. Because it's being replicated.
and I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone.
That's crazy. Shooting from one server to another.
There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right?
I mean, this would. I mean,
All right. So there's more
What do you
to
mean?
this. The first thing I will
I know-
do
I don't
is
know what you
on
mean.
Crash buggy. I just destroyed mode 1. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones,
This was the best part of CitizenCon for me, and for a lot of people, I think. Great, that's great.
All right, but there's more to this.
It's amazing you fuck.
On the streaming earlier, the same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like obviously in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. That's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly the purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that red into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to
oh, hang on. What's this? What's happening? Hang on. What's happening?
How's my mic? Is this where you want it, Anthony? Is this good? We were given notes after yesterday. I apparently had the mic too far from my mouth, and Dan was like, so they said split the difference. So we're gonna see what we can improve today. Hi everybody, I'm Jared.
We're all trying to improve.
Content lead for Cloud Imperium Games and Robert Space
Me
Industries.
too.
And as I said, welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. As one
Day 2
user on social media put it, yesterday we laughed, we cried, we doubled our dogs. On Day 2, we're bringing a whole new slew of presentations for you to enjoy. But before we get to the programming of today, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, a live event like this. And it may have gone under the radar with the pandemic and missing a year. This is actually the 10th anniversary of CitizenCon and the 10th CitizenCon we've done. Yay. So I wanted to take some time. Here on the pre-show, where I can do pretty much anything I want, and shout out some of the pioneers who came before us to make this event what it is today. So CitizenCon actually started, the very first one was back in 2013.
Sandy Roberts, maybe?
Back in the Alamo Roadhouse in Austin, and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick, and Pete Mackey.
Sandy Gardner.
Now, it was in a little theater. It was in a little theater down in downtown Austin, and it was, for some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual convention and the introduction of Aaron Roberts and the Foundry 42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, CitizenCon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown. At 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the Sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my Sandworm, man? Can we hear it? When my Sandworm, man? He goes on stage in the first presentation. He's probably not happy right now. Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the, what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde, fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and like, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde. Get a calendar from 1988. It was like January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development after the first several years of building up, having to build 4 studios around the world and lay the groundwork. CitizenCon had evolved to becoming the true showcase that it is today and showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible. But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the Long Convention Center, Long Center in Austin, that's where CitizenCon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the mocap stage. We introduced the Xi'an language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the biggest CitizenCon we had at the time back in Manchester, which parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that Carrick trailer. Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt all day. So I lost $50 on that. I got 5 minutes? Oh, cool. Sorry, the person in my ear. Guys, I've never done a day 2 before. I'm running on fumes. How are you guys feeling?
I'm running on fumes too, buddy.
I do want to take this time. So like I said, CitizenCon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years with many stewards, Eric Kyron Davis, David Roth, our stewards this year. They're going to hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler, please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys hear live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, geez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre. Don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's an explode. They're going to show you the full potential of that work for the star hair and the star cloth and the facial stuff and the clothes stuff. You're not going to want to miss that. Life in the first person is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizen's first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat, it's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then Taking Flight, Yogi and Diego and Nez and the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. We're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock.
Soon.
Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, 2-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the PYRO system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats as those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
Am I going to miss that?
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you guys back at CitizenCon Day 2, CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Defense Center.
Awesome it's already 2:37.
Server meshing panel. We saw people experience PYRO for the first time. We saw the community booths behind me, which we'll get to in a second. So many awesome things yesterday.
I got to be out of here by 8:30.
What's that? We don't have the graphics budget for the extended flashback sequence. We have to move on. Okay, we're moving on. Well, welcome again. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm a community producer here at CIG. Welcome you all to the show floor here at Hall B, the Los Angeles Convention Center. We have so many awesome things to show you guys today, whether they be community booths.
People are gonna rag on this guy for making jokes, but Come on,
Or,
he's
you know,
swinging
things
for the
will go along
fences.
and maybe we'll talk about some of it. Who was that strange leprechaun of a man? So many colorful characters here at CIG. Sometimes I regret being his producer, but there's no job security otherwise, so I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. Here we have the community booth. We're going to get right into it.
All right,
Follow me
CitizenCon
this
Day
way.
2.
We're gonna go
Can't
right
wait
into
to
the
get
corporation. We have some
CitizenCon.
people here now talking to the corporation.
It's that joke.
Excuse me, guys. We're going to have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation.
This is kind of
Now, these are one of the biggest orgs in
the
the game. They're
cringy.
friendly to newbies. They have this
The cringiest part is
welcome, guys. So, can you tell me what's the main focus
community
of
stuff.
the
I love it. It's kind of it's my own original joke. You gotta trademark that shit.
For people to have game sessions regularly, to have a good community, to encourage more people to play Star Citizen, and for
I'm
us
sick. I got a really bad cough,
explore all sorts of
which is great.
missions that
It's great to have a
from
cough
racing to combat to just
at a
creating
time
a
like
better
this.
environment for Star Citizen players. And we
How
look
fucked was I at the end of
forward to its release so
yesterday's
that we
stream,
can
man?
have
Jesus Christ, I was
wonderful
fucked.
exploration of the universe.
Awesome, that's a great answer.
Space
So I know
Trump
you guys have a really
in the
immersive
chat.
Scavenger hunt you guys are doing for everyone on the show floor. Can you guys tell me a little bit about the scavenger hunt you guys are doing here at CitizenCon?
I thought like there'd be no way I'd be back, but I've had a nap. I had a nap before the stream. I just had a coffee. I've got my tea. I'm not drinking, so hopefully I'll have a little bit more stamina this stream. Your DA still little. Yeah, you know, you have a little nap, a little beauty sleep, as they say. I think this one's going to be a long one. It's going to have some similar kind of format, but at the end it's going to have a presentation by Chris Roberts, and those always run long, so I wouldn't be surprised it was 10 hours.
What's up, guys? Hi, I'm looking for you. How's it going, man?
But I got to take my daughter to her nursery school.
Haven't seen one of these Equinox events. They are amazing. If there's one in your hometown, you'd be.
So I don't know if I think I'm gonna miss it. I'm worried I'm gonna miss it.
This year, they had an amazing time. So what are you guys?
That's gonna be pretty funny. That he'll probably announce.
To make the next LAN party at Equinox June 1st next year bigger than last time. So we're trying to promote that and get as many people to sign up and,
That's what I should do. Unfortunately, my wife has to work as well. I share the office, this office with my wife, so she's working from home. So really, I think around 8 o'clock, I got a call at around 8 o'clock. So
first off, where was this during Battle of the Bricks? And second off, how long did this take you guys?
I don't think I could stream for longer than that. So that's what? So, you know, 5 hours from now, 5-ish hours from now, 5.5 hours. So they got 5.5 hours to show us some things interesting.
What was the other question? How long did it take to build?
Yeah, how long did it take to build?
About 120 hours.
No, that's fine. I'm surprised you came.
Like, you know, an average session.
I'm surprised you. Ed said he was going to drop in for the beginning as well, but I said I'm starting at like 1:30 in the morning.
Equinox, you bring your own PC.
All I can hear is your annoying voice. Can we maybe listen to the actual broadcast? Nah.
Yeah, any cool events that you're able to like tell us about for 2024? You mentioned the June one.
I this is just you want to listen to this guy?
I don't think we have anything picked out specifically yet.
I don't want to listen to this guy.
Last time we had racing, PvP, fist fighting
Yeah, it's 4:20 a.m.
890 jump.
But maybe he'll be in like
Well, thank you guys for,
yeah, I don't want to listen to these nerds.
Come check out this Lego sculpture.
I mean, these are all just like there's a Lego sculpture at sitcom.
I have a very short attention span.
You can't fucking see that, dude.
We're gonna be making our way now over to the Walkers of Sigma. Now these guys are
And these are all like
security org of
orgs of Star Citizen. So
major events like the Daymar Rally. They are the
you know, if you want to join an org, I guess this is interesting information.
How's it going, guys? Happy to be here. Happy to be here. I love that. So, how do players or other orgs go about requesting security from you guys? What's the process for like getting the Walkers of Sigma to be security?
Sure, absolutely. The best way.
How do we
to
get
a
security?
hold of us
How do
is
we
to
ask for
join our
security?
Discord. you can go stop by our booth and pick up a business card where you have our Discord link on the back of our card.
Did you get
See
that?
That looks so
Aardvark?
cool. Look at that. That's actual wood. Is this like laser engraved?
Yeah, this is it's the style is like for
Look at that.
Ruin Station on Pyro. So Pyro is kind of just a
What's it like running security
outlaw
when
solar
like
system.
Daymar? Like, obviously that's a huge operation.
So
There has to be so much that goes into it.
yeah, it's got a shantytown vibe.
So running security can be both very.
I think
stressful
Pyro
and also
Ruin
very
Station will have a
rewarding.
shantytown
You're gonna
vibe
have some of
as
those
well.
Servers, you're securing roughly 15 different servers for something like the Daymar Rally. So some servers might not see any action at all, and you're just kind of sitting there hoping and cheering on your favorite racer. But there are other servers that can be super chaotic and are not.
I see. They do security for
and
the
those are
events.
the ones you really have to keep your eye on. Make sure they have enough to secure as many people as
This is the
possible.
LA Convention
Maybe
Center.
reinforcements if needed.
Look at that
Yeah, that sounds like a logistical
cardboard.
nightmare, but
That's
luckily
great.
they have the
That's
walkers
great.
signal to help make it all possible. So
Effects.
kind of last question. Jared and other people have been harassing me throughout the convention. How do I get you guys to follow me around?
I actually have one of my best guys here. This is our combat branch officers. He's going to keep you nice and safe.
All right, well, I now feel safe and secure. Come follow me, guys. I got a big bodyguard now. I feel on top of the world.
Oh,
Finally gonna
God.
end our community booth segment.
Oh,
Now,
God.
We're gonna go to other community booths later today. We're gonna end on Asus Republic of Gamers. Now, we talked about them yesterday when we were over at Pyro. These guys are the forefront, using that word a lot. These guys are the precedent makers of gaming technology, whether they're monitors.
Yeah,
accessories,
yeah,
etc.
this stuff is a bit
People
cringe.
alike know that
They
Asus
had a
is
cosplay
so we're gonna talk to some people over
section
here. Hi guys, how's it going?
yesterday.
How are you?
Doing
That was
great.
pretty. It
So,
was
I
pretty
don't know if you
average.
guys know this. Every single monitor in the LA studio is an Asus monitor. Like, we love you guys, and I think the same is probably true for the other studios. What kind of stuff do you think people can expect from Asus in 2024?
I wonder what this guy
So
thinks.
Actually, we do have some new products coming out in 2024, and actually towards the end of this year, we do have this beautiful OLED that's coming out.
Let's take a look at that really quick.
It's a
Hey, that is
monitor.
a nice monitor. Look at that.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck did we get
Yeah, that's
into?
gonna be some quality. So you guys have that coming out in 2024.
What am I
Anything
doing
else players
here?
can expect?
So we actually launched our C790 refresh.
He just wants to go
hardware
home
that's
as soon as
compatible with
possible.
14 Gen recently. Yeah, that's pretty much it we have this year.
I mean, that's going to be amazing. And my final question, what was it like to bring Pyro to people for the first time?
I think it's great.
What's a pyro?
I actually hope everyone enjoyed the peripheral and the monitors that we provide to you guys. So yeah, it's a great experience working with you guys too.
Yeah, everyone I talked to had a great time. Well, I think that's all the time we have. I'm going to cut it back to Jared. You guys are going
All
to
right.
see some awesome presentations today.
Here we go.
We'll see you back here on the show floor later. Until then,
The
stay safe.
presentations.
See you in the verse.
Thanks, Dan. I'm here in the hallway audience. How you doing, everybody?
I'll shut up now.
I've not spoken one word to this individual next to me. Hi, individual next to me. Who are you?
Hello, Jared. My name is Jack.
Hey, Jack. What do you do in the verse?
Salvage.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Are you good at it?
I'm good at it.
I would love to see more maps.
Humble sort, huh?
Very.
Would you say you're the humblest person you know?
Possibly.
Go all day. I could go all day.
Could there be someone more humble than you?
Probably.
Never mind. All right. So a couple more housekeeping things. As Dan said, Asus is one of our amazing partners here to make this event possible. We also want to shout out our teams at IX Systems. They helped build the amazing server technology that we're using in the Pyro Playground. We are not connected to the internet. We have our entire environment replicated here. It's back there. You should go check it out. Talk to those guys there. What Ahmed and that team at IX has done is fantastic, and they've allowed us to run the Pyro Playground at 60 frames a second with the best server stuff possible. It's like we're all like, oh, this is what's possible with this game. It's really exciting. I also want to shout out VKB, who have been amazing at helping us with the control surfaces for the Fight or Flight exhibition going on at the Atmo booth. Be sure you go by there and check that out. And then, of course, CLX. the custom computer maker who made all 150 computers for the Pyro Playground, the 2 computers that are operating on stage, the box that's running this live stream right now. I can be out here, it's there, I don't have to worry about it. So thank you to all of our partners, and I feel like I'm missing one, and I expect to hear about it from Tyler later on. I didn't bring my cards. So, yeah. You know, when do we start? We start at 11? We got 5 minutes. How should we fill the time? All right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Back in 2013, we attempted to sing Star Citizen Happy Birthday. And at that time, there was a weird legal kerfluffle. It was believed that the stream got muted because we sang Happy Birthday on stage, and Twitch automated content said, no, don't. It's our birthday. It's a little late. It's also Jake Acapella's birthday, so if all of you would join me in a rousing edition of Happy Birthday, we're gonna test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready?
All right, that's the stream
right,
without
everybody.
commentary. If you want to go
1,
watch the
2,
fucking
3.
stream without commentary,
Happy birthday
go watch it there.
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Birthday, dear Star Citizen.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm gonna get a copyright strike. Oh no! Everyone's getting copyright struck.
All right. With that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks,
All right.
everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage.
Character advancement.
If you like day one.
I got more visibility than the official channel. People come to me because of my annoying voice and my hacking cough. Oh my god, I can't shake this cough, man. But yeah, character advancement. Guess what we're gonna see? Well, if he comes back, I assume he left. I assume he's not watching anymore. What, can I check my... I've got 3 people watching me on YouTube. Maybe he's still there. But anyway, I pinned that message. I pinned the message. So if you want to go see Star Citizen without my fucking annoying voice, there you go. Anyway, character stuff. We're gonna see beards. We're gonna see new hair. We already saw a bit of the new hair already, which looked great. So I guess hair, cloth, beards, tattoos. Yeah, finally new hair. I saw in the when they were showing the pyro stuff, I did see someone with the classic Star Citizen do. I would like to see beards. I think beards would be cool, but yeah, the hair is... I don't think the faces are great in Star Citizen, but they're probably better than... You know, they're better than Starfield. But the hair really lets the game down a lot. Did you see my Did you see my short? I had a bit of like the hair preview in the short. But the hair looks cool. I guess we're just going to see more of that. I don't think... What else can they say? What else can they talk about? I mean, you can make... You know, you're not going to see different heights. You know what I mean? I know. Why don't you support my content? You bastard. I've been streaming for an hour already. You can't have people of different heights. You just have male and female. But maybe I don't know what's worse. I've got to think about my algorithms. You need to watch, if you're watching a short of mine, just leave it on and let it loop around so I can get like 150% engagement and leave a like. Yeah, you can't have different heights with characters, so they're not going to show that. Maybe different weights. I think having chubby characters in Star Citizen would be really great because everyone is chubby. Right? But everyone in the Star Citizen crowd looks like the same, right? But they don't look like Star Citizen characters. So if you could make yourself chubby, I mean, that would be great, but then you have to make undersuits chubby, then you have to make armor chubby, you know? So they probably won't do that. Yeah, dude in the hoodie, he looks fucking sus as hell. Unibobber. He's from Star Citizen Refunds. Just lurking in the crowd. Tweeting, he's posting on Star Citizen Refunds in the crowd. They're gonna add more. Don't worry about that. They're gonna add more. Always more. Weren't those two guys sitting next to each other last stream? But one part of the character creation they could show is aliens, right? But other than that, like, what are they going to show? Hey, it's that guy. What message? Did you post something rude? Oh, Trump. You can't say Trump in my stream, yeah. I think Trump... Shit show supervisor. I think Trump is the only word that's banned in my chat. I was gonna reverse that because it's a dumb rule, but then it kind of made me laugh that I have that rule. Don't do that! Don't do that! They're waving at him behind the camera. Don't you wish you were there, Kev? Tips Fedora. I wonder how many millions of dollars these people have spent. I mean, they've spent at least $300 to get in the fucking door. Don't tell my boss I'm here. Okay. Someone dressed as a hot dog. Oh, your Pico Bowl, we can see it. But you know, it'll be fun to hang out with these guys, don't you think? talk about Star Citizen? That dude looks cool. He looks like a cool guy. You don't want to hang out with this guy dressed as a Care Bear? No! I'm actually saying it because he's slim. I kind of like the way he's dressed. He seems like he's got his sense of style down. I mean, you can't talk. Don't you go to like fighting conventions? I can't imagine what those things are like. Sure you do, buddy. Do you shower before you go? I think that's the most important thing, right? You have to have a shower. I can't imagine what CitizenCon must smell like.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
I'm not
to
a
the
savage.
stage the person who forgot to create himself
All right, here we go.
an intro, Disco Lando!
I think they fixed the audio issues from last stream.
He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2, everybody! Are you pumped? Are you psyched? Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Bone! Press the button, Bone.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first, let's talk about life in a frontier system like PYRO.
I want his arm hair in game.
Influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
Looks cool, I guess. You know, I like it. Space hobos. You look pissed. You like this? There's that helmet and undersuit thing from before. I know you don't like anything. Cheer up. I really love this. I don't know why. I guess it reminds me of the Bantu Raiders or those things from Star Wars.
Awesome. So hopefully you guys that played PYRO Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage
That's a good reference.
are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player.
Modular people. Take that, Starfield. Still with the shitty interaction menus. Great, that's cool. Ed would love that, right? Sticking pockets to yourself, Jesus.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics. Now, we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
What were those things called in Star Wars? Raiders or something? Oh, okay, it opens up. That's cool. Tusken Raiders. Thank you. Thank you. It's driving me nuts.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now, this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Hey, finally.
So, in summary, Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
I'm
so
helping.
You guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
Sea nuts. What does that mean? Do you see these nuts? Maybe they're a bit too dark, maybe? I think tattoos, the edges blur, sort of fade or get smudgy over time, so I think they're a bit too clean and too dark, maybe.
I think they look absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the Rough and Ready can be found in some of the space stations around PYRO. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design. This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in PYRO, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
This seems a bit more Mad Maxy. His tattoos look better. Like, those tattoos look great. Definitely very cool. That's really great. And those tattoos are way better than the other ones they showed. That's what I mean, like not so dark and not so sharp lines.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right.
It's okay, I guess.
All right. So they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support. And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Okay.
So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time.
Here we go.
Poor hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt. Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah.
Showers have a function now in-game. That's great.
Okay, so that covers a quick recap on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the Dusters.
Okay. Let's do it. Round number 2, mate. We're looking at character sets. And, you know, all this armor looks great. Hygiene looks great. Good start for round 2. Miss important stuff? I don't think so, not really. Tattoos, you can level up with gangs and you can earn tattoos and you can add them to your character. As well as armor tiers. Pouches you can add to clothing, so clothing can have inventory. And hygiene. So you need to wash. I hope you have a ship with a shower in it. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I was thinking about making a joke about Star Citizen or CitizenCon. I'm not showering. A snarky comment, maybe.
So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
That's now.
And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Hello, everyone.
It's this guy. It's the Theater as a War guy.
All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today, I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon, kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets, like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before, it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous Cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
Just adding the word "star" to the beginning of everything.
Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs. They have to crouch. They have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment.
It's Bishop.
And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics.
It looks better. His face looks better than the
Got
previous.
that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the duster and the one I want to show you now.
Does this mean no more boxes when we take off our gowns as well?
So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back.
There's another beard, yeah. The chat just noticed.
So he's walking into the wind here.
They're definitely going to announce beards. Star beards.
And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Here we go.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair?
No more beer. No more beer. Please.
All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, first thing I want to touch note, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us, the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay, because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre, you can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business, and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor, and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what hair libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, hair libraries are a great solution. We
you following along so far?
The time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like, you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game.
We're in the weeds now. We're in the. This is complicated.
To it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. You don't. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course. But if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hairs, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So,
two hair colors. Okay.
Next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video. You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black. Obviously, you can go red head as well. Get out of the way. You also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this.
Colored hair, yep, we get it. That's cool. I like that.
And this is why important the length of the card is stored in those vertices. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations.
Remember folk scams is ripped off banner plays that used for something over 100. What?
The dye layer,
Nukes were made in less
This is how the
time.
occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
I figured you might say that.
So now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine this images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Okay. Nice hair. Hair is nice. The cyberpunk customization features are also like really insane, really awesome. So I'd want something that could compare with that, you know, and that's kind of tough. They're really going deep in the into the hair stuff. Scars look cool. I like that. Space Karen. I would like to see the space manager. I mean, it's much better than what it is now at the moment, right? Oh, Afro. Someone says Afro in the chat. Space fuckboy. Yeah, curly and afro hair. Where is that? And beards. Beard gib. Space frosting tips. Oh, hey, Aka Strack. Yeah, I love the scarring. I wonder if that's an option you can apply to your skin, or if that's maybe something that you would accumulate over time. You know what I mean? If you blow up and regenerate, would you keep those scars? Something like that.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dye, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Very cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, We're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from the
yeah, but you're supposed to. Your clones are supposed to degenerate with each time you regenerate.
And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything.
People will die eventually. Not at the moment. Now you can just respawn infinitely, but at some point you'll die
we're
properly.
not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style
can't die if you don't
is
play.
One of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
All right, corn rolls, finally. Dreads. Yes, here we go. Look at that natty dreads. I wonder if you don't shower long enough, your hair will just start to dread up. That would be cool. Or if you could have bed hair. You bed log and you wake up and your hair's just all messed up. The possibilities are endless. I want to shave a swear word into my head.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an air artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah. Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now.
Where's the Odyssey?
It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay?
Could you imagine if they announced that?
Tech art pass,
it could happen because of PYRO. It could happen.
With goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it just takes, it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting. So,
when?
As a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys.
I'm assuming fourth quarter, patch 322?
Into the PU.
I like the balding. That's cool. I want to be balding. Still no curly or wavy hair though, right? Yeah. Makes sense.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
Good job. Nice presentation. A little long, but
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game.
very
I can't
technical,
wait
but
to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that.
yeah,
And
same.
for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier.
But where are the
Absolutely
beards?
Fantastic. I'm gonna run through this, we don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm gonna be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads, a DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads.
Wonderful.
And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top.
Beards.
Revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great.
Is this coming fourth quarter as well?
All right. So our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there. But that wasn't enough. We need more.
Tooth missing.
That is
That would
our
be
new
great.
pool.
All right, that's 60 heads. I want a grill. Give me a
Very
grill.
exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe.
Okay.
How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy scanner. The scanner improvement
like a time
allows
machine.
us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated in seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Whoa.
Oh, relax.
Epilepsy warning.
All right.
What happened? Oh,
there
okay.
we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone, though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want. So what you see is some really weird-looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details. keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
I can't imagine doing that. It must be so weird to see yourself like that.
All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pool for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know,
what about green people?
Whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice.
It's like Space Tomato.
And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff.
Brat. There's Brat.
And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator,
Here we
character
go.
customizer for Squadron 42. Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse.
You can never have too much head.
And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
They just refuse to announce beards, don't they? They've teased beards so long. Just announce it.
All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo.
Here we go.
All right, so I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine.
Okay. I saw a mustache. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I want a sleazy mustache.
We've got the whoa. I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time. So we're going to start in right away. Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode.
Yay.
So it's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose.
Ooh.
You can see that it's all very intuitive. It's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips a little bit bigger here. There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow. Now we can adjust the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here.
I want to make weird-looking people. Like, how weird can I make someone?
We're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin.
Like, give him a double chin.
There we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So, not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time.
It's some different textures. Yeah.
So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I like? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like.
Interesting.
Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles. So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them. Something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, you know, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah,
this is pretty detailed.
All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes, this is all very nice. So again,
I want green skin and purple eyes.
We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want.
I like the balding guy.
So I'm just gonna pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us, and another reality for another one of us. There it is. That's what I want my reality to be here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk though for this one. He's got a bit
woke
of a
citizen.
look to him.
Woke citizen confirmed.
Yeah, I'm kidding. All right.
All right, we got a mohawk. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy.
Yeah,
I'm digging the full beard for this guy.
YMCA's
even further
coming.
to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of
I
straightforward.
want really
ones.
long eyebrows.
But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the
All
hair
right,
dye
Kev.
as well.
Thanks for keeping me
with the
company.
hair dye,
Sweet dreams.
you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different hair melanin that you can set.
All right.
So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself.
This looks so complicated.
Something like that. But in the end, I'm
you
really
could spend
digging
hours
the jet
doing
black
this.
on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
That's cool. Right, like that's...
So there we go.
I've never seen that before.
It looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you. So let's go to our next body type.
You get a name.
All right. So I'm going to go to town here real fast.
Whoa.
Right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here.
How weird can we
adjust
get?
The bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here.
All right.
That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here. Something like that.
More extreme.
And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm going to lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. So I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. And that's looking pretty good to me, actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin tone. I'm going to select a certain texture here, just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go. Something around here is looking pretty good.
Just going to redo the same thing.
All right, we go
you
into
did for the guy
complexion
again.
the same way that we did before.
Yeah.
So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And I'm going to turn down the sunspots.
Can I give her a beard?
Move forward to the eye color again. Ooh, I'm really digging the green. Yeah, I like the green kind of look. And we get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner.
I mean,
So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here.
I guess boys and girls can do makeup, right?
And purples. Here, we'll do in the inner lid eyeshadow. And that, I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and we're going to do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy or as calm as you want. So what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now what we have is a whole bunch of different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks, so basically 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted. And I think I'm actually kind of digging that.
I like the gray lipstick. That was cool.
On the lip liner, a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there. So that looks a little more like a
wet
lip
lips.
Gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. I have no business doing that, that's for sure. Same thing on the hair. Again, we've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look. Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Yes, now we're talking. All right, so cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, You got
Are you
facial hair
kidding?
on any body type. That is up to you guys.
Work citizen. I'm gonna get girls with moustaches.
So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't,
Give her a
really see them
moustache.
anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm going to give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do. So
Oh,
it's
yeah?
just on the tips there.
That's cool.
So let's see that in action. Yeah. All right. So now, at first, weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
I mean, certainly better than Starfield's characters. But that's not saying much, really. Okay.
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
Hello, everyone.
Yikes.
Am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at CitizenCon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all. But
Goodbye.
My name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start with
here we go.
We've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up.
EVA 2.0, that's what we want to hear about.
So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating. Oh, we're gonna face plant. We made it.
No. Hey.
All right, so
all right.
we made the re-entry much more forgiving. So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces, and it allows us to walk across them. So we can see that in this video here.
Very nice. Very nice.
Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're gonna jump off. Okay, here we go, into that. And this smaller profile lets us get into spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're gonna traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not gonna be spinning away.
EVA racing.
Reveal. Love this station, this is amazing. And we're also adding grips, so in interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control. Now, thank you very much. So now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore, right? We're not going to get pushed around.
I don't know what any of this means, but it looks good. Fine.
Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're going to go run tight bends. And we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes.
Okay.
And this is where Prone led the way. So we then took this and we put it into the EVA. So if I turn off gravity here, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place.
Okay.
And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And that could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water wheel showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So, okay, we're going to move from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder at anywhere. We're going to let you look around so you can do 360s.
The fabric looks cool.
We're going to let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing. Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster.
Yeah.
And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come.
Oh.
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed.
That's cool.
This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing.
Can you do it on ground? Can you do it on snow?
With the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked, so if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? Look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away, so I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video. Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo. I lost my phone. Bone, can you press the button? That's it. Okay, radiation, right. So radiation.
Bone.
It's a new addition to this active status system, and we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface.
That's a
and
new
your
pico.
distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit, so depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here. And my health just deteriorates super, super quick. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so we're going to see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
Why are we showing that? Hello everyone, my name is Inês and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you.
Just kidding.
And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world.
Thank you.
So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced in the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. These, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that.
Okay.
So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon.
Thank you.
So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action.
All right.
Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And you know, I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Right. So it is customizable. Great. I'm not sold on the animation.
Okay. So I've shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's very Star Citizen.
So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And you know, pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun. I don't know, I just kind of like go.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
And okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And you know, designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers that designers could build these really interactive experiences, but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve. So in this scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before, we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's
Missed Citizen.
and what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you.
Okay.
So let's finally turn off that valve. Rush over before that broken
ready,
valve.
Set,
starts
go,
turning off,
run,
and
run,
then
slide.
see another small example. Oh, let's go. So yeah, we'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door.
I love FPS scanning so much.
Of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line, and I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So
yeah, Chad is talking about VR. Yeah, it'll work well in VR.
To make it easier for you, we've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action.
That pen breaks it.
And look at that. When you trigger it, I'm like, yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with its kiosks.
Okay, fine.
And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting favors speediness, while the inventory is there, so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works.
Coming soon.
Okay, let's go over to divergence. So you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines.
Okay.
So yeah, looking really good. Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me. So thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Clap, clap. Is that it?
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens, and I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weapon.
Here we go.
Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail.
Oh no, quick time events. Oh no.
Added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection.
It's one big gripe I have with the game at the moment.
The more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum
looting on the
efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right?
Okay. So you got, this is like skill systems, maybe?
Some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him.
Push him off.
So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed, and it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints,
here we go.
Okay, let's take him down first.
How many times have I said, here we go?
Oh, okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs.
It's a great sound. This is just like DayZ. Star DayZ.
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in
That's really important for Squadron 42, I think.
Ping, and we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping, and by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here.
Oh,
so you
that's
get the
cool.
name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction. And you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without
That
being
music's the
discovered.
Pyro themes.
There's
Fun
a
Pyro.
risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time, means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me.
Very cyberpunk.
Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon use, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value. Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope. Check this one out. There you go. So the geometry isn't the only thing that's going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And
That's
you
cool.
should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier.
Okay.
Okay, on to some consequences. So
This game is so
it's not
nuts.
all visual, so we're gonna start with misfire. So the first thing that's gonna happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got. I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we gotta fix it. So it's telling us
clear
to
the
fix
chamber.
it. We're hitting the button. Our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like
So can you
frost.
clean?
So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS game designer. I'm here to share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring you. So if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed that the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. And as you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to. Because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So we made a new tool. And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil.
Okay.
So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one.
Sounds a
and
bit
in general,
weird, right?
it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways.
What about components like grips and things like that?
Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before
it's a vault gun.
Move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh, there we go. And we also have new iron sights. So sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more, so optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager, and you can see this on the Custodian.
Okay.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recall tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we're looking at our weapons, we also realize that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall is rule of cool. Like, that's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol.
Whoa.
And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets.
That's great.
Cool. Cool. Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons.
Beautiful.
So, it's the other video.
Oh,
that's the optic one.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you. These are the Vault weapons. So, Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire. And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like, see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because, these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and, keep it in that, ideal spot.
Everyone's saying, cool. Halo and Apex.
And scope
in the
improvements.
chat.
Now, this was shown yesterday, but I want to
But I'm
dig in a little
thinking
bit more with
Doom.
this one.
I guess I'm old.
Cool. So, to get if anyone plays
A
modern
plasma gun.
FPS, they know the optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic.
I guess it's showing my age, right?
We have zoomed-in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life.
Destroy the water
and they
bottle.
Look gorgeous. And so, in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general.
That was
And it
fantastic.
differs manufacturer to
How
manufacturer,
old am I?
right?
46.
So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, or using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right. Thank
Blow
you.
up those fucking water bottles. Son of a bitch. Only 6 years less than me then. Okay.
And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on
I'll be
our
quiet
audio
too.
propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
I don't know. What do you think?
Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So,
More realistic.
to show you
Okay.
this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
Okay. People are
You'll
talking
also
about
be able to tell
Twitch
when you have
audio
a backpack reload
being
coming up
compressed.
because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of. You have all the information you need.
That's vital.
And this has been
Having
shown,
that
and
info.
it's been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshairs now.
Hip
So,
firing. I
if you
can
have a
hip
look at
fire.
This
Finally.
is our new crosshair.
Oh my god.
It's a crosshair that fits the
Thank you.
aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the
Thank you.
visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous. Cool.
Hallelujah.
Cheers. And on to more data things. We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire and walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys. Well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill.
Coming soon.
This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon.
Soon.
Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
I've already put a marker on the board. I won't put another one.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we'll look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow
Is this Quanta?
to
We're talking about
block,
Quanta, right?
or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the PYRO playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in PYRO, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick-off box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die. But now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the high perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
If they do announce AI crew, that will be huge.
And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, in the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And the NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in PYRO, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that.
Bastard.
But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier, and the navigation volume modifier gets registered in the navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. You know, this is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Right, I want to thank Inesh, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. And we want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
All right. I don't even know what those white pens do. I think it sounds better, right? No, you're bleeding, mate. You're bleeding, you're about to bleed out. All right, here we go. He's not scanning. Can't you scan to see where the people are? That's what I would be doing. Oh, he's out. They're all just white? Maybe they're more uniform now. Ooh. Did he shoot his helmet off? He's had too many drugs. Ping. Whoa. Okay.
Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
All right, so that's new missions, right? I'd put that under new missions.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started. Boop.
I've got, like, you know, with the new missions. Let's say that. All I need is armor update for a ship armor update for a bingo.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can
Yes,
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There is a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yes, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about
That's her again.
what you can expect about the player interaction experience.
I love this girl. She's so cute.
If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other
virtual
things,
reality,
allows us
virtual
to
reality.
the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But you know, enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
The environment looks cool. Star Citizen ASMR. Okay.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. you'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brent, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat assessment.
And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Tony? Pappy. No, that's not Pappy.
Hi
And not
everyone,
Tony C.
my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain
not Tony
some of
Z.
the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo.
Bone!
So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs.
Okay.
So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes.
Okay.
Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations, like during combat. Okay. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And I really hope that's
More
than enough
keybinds.
to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know.
I need two keyboards.
Anyway, I think you're not gonna need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning,
that's great.
Expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready.
That's great.
And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
That's fantastic. That's really great change.
Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
Options. Give me options. This is fantastic.
For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you.
That's cool. That's interesting.
With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's
Makes
all for
sense.
me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Vistas. Enjoy the vistas. What if your Gladius blows up and you have to recall a new Gladius? Does it persist?
Ready to fly. Pre-flight is
What if to
complete.
reset it up every
So
time?
Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out.
That's my question.
Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, you know, small things going around.
Yeah, right.
So
I hope so, yeah.
Here,
That would make sense, right? It wouldn't make sense
otherwise.
otherwise.
In the future, you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So if we now boost forwards, we now added a camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, you know, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduce the extensions that the look-ahead code is doing. So We basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with GeForce reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Oh.
Okay, before my time, sticky throttle, I'm not quite sure what that was.
Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actively actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional, but you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So,
okay.
That is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off.
No, he's offline. It's more visceral. Like, it's good sound design.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out.
You got to do that for 20 minutes?
IPS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So, and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting
this is okay for
quantum drive
short jumps,
doesn't matter in the future. Think again. If you want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent, show us how it's done properly.
All right, mate. Have a good night. Thanks for keeping me company. Take care. Man, I don't want to do this for like 20 minutes. Long jumps are going to be a nightmare. Bubble locked. Okay, so now I can get up and walk around.
Bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Okay. That's okay. All right, that's pretty good. That's great.
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you
Quantum
jump somewhere,
boost.
or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Ah, that's important. That's important to say.
Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now, please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to. Welcome to PYRO 3. As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other, which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
What happened to Tony Z? Tony Z's been put out to pasture.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics. Strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage.
Yeah, I thought Rammer was going to be the next one.
As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are close and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combination with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
When.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So,
I gotta take a piss.
The weapon and aiming systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a nose, I think a close and burner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With one push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons and so on. Okay, cool. So.
Okay, cool.
A problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you, this is, what the? Okay, I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore, I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And
okay.
This is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I do it now, sorry. Okay.
I'm dying.
Okay. Controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, the way how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam!
It was like instant. I lost the audio for the live demo.
That was this one. Okay, the thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
The reason for that is
fire rate.
The original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it, and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit.
Okay.
No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode? There we go.
What?
What this does, it does three things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision. And you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots. Bam! One turret down.
Got it.
Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, it doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on.
That's pretty cool, right?
The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at PYRO 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So PYRO 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere.
Can you quantum boost into atmosphere?
And something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, gonna go there now? Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
Control surfaces? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay, anyways, we're going to go down as fast as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around.
He said the word.
It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction. Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect, Because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please. And
The
put
clouds
ship
are still a bit
into
granular, a bit
purposeful
grainy.
Stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces. That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions, like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now?
Could, may in the future.
Stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
How intuitive is that, do you think? I wonder.
Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point, okay.
Water. So we're gonna see water figures. The danger zone. Ow, ow, ow.
Okay, so there's our landing point. Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this.
All right. Doing third person.
Great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
Is it going to show us a map of where to land?
And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear. So he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower. But you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk.
No.
And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship.
No map to help you land.
Or swim or something.
Swimming?
Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us.
You're welcome, Yogi. Good job.
And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45.
It's lunchtime, all right.
So get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45.
Oh my god, it's
everybody.
like
Take care.
6 in the morning, got 2 hours, so it's like, what did it say, 45 minutes? Oh man, this is gonna be tight. This is gonna be tight. Oh, I don't like this. All right, so what are we looking at here? We're pretty close. No Pyro release date. No 4.0 or Pyro release date. But yeah, Pyro being released in the preview server. I don't know what to think about that. Entity graph, server meshing without Pyro. Next release date, Squadron 42 release. I assume that's coming at the end of the day. No ship armor update, which is a little bit, you know. I thought control surfaces were coming because of the Squadron 42, but I would have assumed that ship armor would come as well. Nothing about Boids or creatures. They just previewed that in the what do you call it? That Star Engine ad showreel thing that they had yesterday. I would have expected some update about Boids, to be honest. But yeah, everything. I knew that the vehicle, expo was going to be really good, and it was. But pretty close to a bingo. I think what's going to push me over the edge will be. I don't know, actually. I thought ship armor update was going to be the thing that would give me the bingo, to be honest. I don't really see where I'm going to get a bingo, to be honest. We'll probably get some kind of Squadron 42 release date. Should I just let's say they kind of talked about the entity graph yesterday. So let's put that on the board. Did that update? Yeah, okay, that updated. So that means I need a server meshing delay, which I probably won't get. I need a ship armor update, which I guess I'm not going to get that either. I'm going to need Squadron 42 release date and a bounty hunting, or server meshing without Pyro. There's no way I'm getting server meshing without Pyro. Squadron 42 release date and some update about Boids or creatures. That's another possible bingo, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Maybe let's get something to eat. I'll be back. And we're back. Had a bit of rice. A couple of nikuman. That'll tide me over, I hope. 6:05. Right, I think I can stream for another 2 hours. We'll finish the stream at 8, regardless of where they are. It's gonna be super annoying if they're like in midway through announcing Squadron 42, but it can't be helped. Can't be helped. We'll have to stop the stream and go do our fatherly duties. Wow. What a great stream. I don't think that this I'm not sure if this day 2's can I don't know. I was gonna say it's not gonna live up to day 1, but day 1 had the server meshing live demo. And as great as the vehicle section was, that was fantastic. Like all the stuff that they showed was really, really fantastic. But it can't compare to the server meshing preview. And what can, you know? What's gonna beat that? Yeah, they're gonna talk about Squadron 42, but and come on, server meshing working in 2023. We got there. It took us like 1,000,000 years, but we got there. I'm like losing subscribers on YouTube. I wonder if that's because of these boring live streams. I did have at least one unhappy customer this live stream. You know, now it looks like no one's watching, so it's just you and me, Mr. Stream. Oh no, I've got 2 people watching on YouTube, but yeah, this is kind of a rare event. I don't normally do these kind of long streams, 7-hour streams back to back. Looking at a thanks, we'll be right back screen. Not my usual kind of content. But I wanna... This is kind of loud. A part of me kind of wants to capture this moment, these moments, for myself in a way, so I can look back. I've been looking back at the old... yesterday's video even, just to sort of see my reaction to some of the animals and, you know, my reaction to server meshing. It was weird, the whole server meshing bit. I saw that Salty Mike was getting emotional. Chris Roberts said that he cried when they showed him server meshing 3 weeks ago, and you know, I was halfway through a bottle of sake. And you know, tired or whatever, and I don't know. I felt emotional too. That's so weird. Who cares? It's like it's a computer game. It's a background functionality of a computer game. What a weird thing to get emotional about, but it is weirdly emotional. It's like just people working on something for a long period of time, and to have, you know, you have all your haters, people, your detractors. Star Citizen has a lot of detractors, of course. I can't imagine what life must be like for Chris Roberts. Like, that guy's name is worth nothing. People actively despise, like, whole communities actively despise that guy. So I can't imagine what it's like to be him. I get one comment about my annoying voice and I get all sensitive. I can't imagine what it's like to be him. To sort of have an idea or a dream, if you will. To think that dream could work. And to sort of push through all of the hate and the online abuse for over a decade. And then finally get to the point where it's like, holy shit. The thing that I thought was going to work works. The effort that I've put in for this whole decade is starting to bear fruit. And all of that shit that you've taken, all of the flack that you've taken, is starting to pay off, right? And even though, you know, it's not my project, you know, I haven't been following for that long. I don't have that much money invested in Star Citizen. I think everyone can relate to that kind of journey, you know, like thinking something, trying to like believe in yourself, testing yourself, and then when you succeed, like that feeling of relief and the feeling of accomplishment, you know. I think that's something that a lot of us can relate to, I think. And I think that's a part of the reason why server meshing, some background tech for some stupid computer game, makes people so, not so emotional, but a little bit emotional. Man, the Twitch chat is toxic as hell, man. I should have the schedule up, because I have no idea what's next. I'm not very prepared. CitizenCon 2023 schedule. I just have the image. Oops. I'm supposed to wake up now. Hi-oh. Okay, my daughter's awake. My daughter is awake. All right, next. Lunch break. Living, what's that? Living on the Edge. Destination Adventure and Closing Ceremony. Thank you. What does it say? What does this say hard to read? Chocolate. Living on the Edge, we dive into the living conditions and environments. Can't read this. Save image as save. Yeah, do you like chocolate? Download. Open with. This is so annoying. Can I open it with Paint? Oh, I can. Web images. Alright, let's. Oh, in terrible resolution. I can't read this. Why is it so difficult? Like delve into the living conditions and environments of outlaws and settlers trying to carve out existence beyond the safety of UE. It's gonna be an hour for lunch, so has that been an hour so far? I forgot when lunch started. Destination adventure. From high up in orbit down to the surface of our planets and deep into the underground, we delve into new interactions, missions, and gameplay, and move on to more coming to Star Citizen, and then the closing ceremony. Thank you. So lunch is an hour or 40 minutes or whatever, but you think they're going to start back up at 6:30? I don't think that's right, is it? LA's, it's 2:20, so yeah, it's going to be at 7. I'll start back out at 7 a.m. So we'll get Living on the Edge. That'll take us to 8 o'clock. And then we have to dip out for Destination Adventure and the closing ceremony. Shogunate. Shogunai. Let's listen to some more YouTuber-friendly music. So it's electronic music. Dance electronic. Funky. I was going to be oh! God damn it. All right. Making babies medicine. Oh, it's baby sick. Oh. Chill. Do we get this baby a blanket? A blanket for baby? One moment. Okay, 1 second. We're getting a blanket for the baby. We're almost there. We're almost there. This is the what is that? A box. You're not sleeping? You're okay? Okay. You look super ganky now. Yeah, Daddy's sleepy. Daddy's sleepy. Oh. Nanny?
What?
Yeah, I am working. We're waiting. Look, see, it says, "We'll be right back." But we have to wait. Kasuri, irai. いいだよ。甘い薬ください。Thank you. Nom, 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 nom. It's delicious. はい、すいません。Oh my god. I need sleep. What are you doing? For baby? Achoo! Baby's sick. You know everything. Untackle.
Here, Daddy.
Oh, it's a heart.
A big heart.
It's a big heart, yeah.
Give me my spoon, please.
Itchan, we'll get ready for school at about 8 o'clock, okay? Okay. I can't believe I've still got another hour and a half. But according to the timetable, it's probably another 4 or 5 hours. No, not 4 hours. Maybe 4 hours. That's delicious. Don't step on your baby. Be careful. I have chocolate, yeah. I've actually eaten a lot of chocolate today, so you know, I've eaten too much chocolate. I'm drinking tea now. Oh, it's a car. Why is there Serena's toys everywhere?
I'm gonna fall.
A lot of people posting Game Changer. So many different aspects of this sitcon are like a game changer. Everything's a game changer, but it's true, you know. Game's gonna be changing a lot. Oh, Ali's tweeting. I don't follow Ali. Satan, leave it there. Okay. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm gonna die before the end of CitizenCon. Let's look up who's that Digital Foundry guy. Baby sleeping? Ah, this guy, Alexander Batak Batagala. What I'm posting on Reddit. That's babies in the tummy. Yeah, whose tummy? Babies in the baby's tummy? Oh, mummy's tummy. What's this guy's name? Alexander Battaglia. Battaglia? Is that how you say it? Battaglia. From DF. He doesn't pretend that SC That's one of the reasons I like Alexander Battaglia from Digital Foundry. He doesn't pretend that he doesn't act like that's not how you spell act. That's not how you spell act. He doesn't act like SC is being developed in a vacuum. All right. This music is kind of making me fall asleep. I mean, I guess I'm just very, very tired. So anything would make me fall asleep. This is pretty tough to do, but to do it 2 days in a row, it's just a little bit extra tough. Maybe I should just have a little nap. Is that okay? Just have a little nap on stream? You sure? Can I take the photo? Yeah? I'm gonna have a nap. No? Not now? A little sleep. Yes. Thank you.
You finished?
Nah, still. I gotta wait a little bit. Probably 1 more hour. Okay? I ate a lot of chocolate. I ate too much. Abisugi.
That's brown chocolate.
Yeah, it's brown chocolate.
Brown chocolate? It's not black chocolate?
Hmm. It's a little bit strong chocolate. Like, I'm not sure if you like it. It melted. Meiji. Yeah. That's the name of the chocolate. Yeah. I have a bin. Okay. So, what do you think? It's okay?
Cheers.
What do you want? Do you want some milk or something? Or are you okay? Delicious? Look up there.
Big rock.
Yeah, they're called asteroids. Asteroids are like rocks, but in space. So, you know, in space there's no gravity, so things fly around. That's why the astronaut can kind of fly, right? The rocks are doing the same thing. They're kind of flying in space. You like space? Do you want to go to space?
Sure.
Sure? You like dancing, huh?
Tokyo Tower.
Mummy, Serena, and Tokyo Tower. That's good.
Look, Daddy's money. It's the money this room. Nina, who's that?
Where's Daddy? You want some breakfast? Want chips? Alright, I'll get you some chips. Sorry. Oh. Oh my god. I can seriously fall asleep right now. Fall asleep right in this chair, no problem.
We're back on the CitizenCon show floor here to do our last
We're back.
community booth. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot thank enough
We're
everyone
back.
who has been here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have been here on the community
I'm still gonna fall asleep.
or you guys have been in the theater, it's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see here at CIG. And so we're gonna go over to a place that makes everybody smile, Soul Citizen. Now this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers, maybe not the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience having Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of all colors, genders, sexualities, orientations? What's been your guys' experience being that safe space for them?
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org. What we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. You guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone, for all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters, specifically from Star Jump Station, because we love them. They're a great group, and they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay loop. These guys are, oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or ABES for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The APES bot. I love that. Where you can go ape for the Ape spot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing
I always
set
fade
that
out
has wowed everyone
at the
at
end.
CIG,
I
I
always...
mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can
I'm
get a good
sick.
shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how
I'm
detailed
tired.
that Bengal carrier is. It is
I'm
sleek,
sleeping.
sexy. God, I just want it for myself.
It's very cool. Maybe I should get a beer.
Man, that is just so cool. So with me are some Imperium guys. What's up, guys? So, you know, let's say
I kind of want to drink a beer, but I also don't want to drink a beer.
man, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after CitizenCon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your guys' CitizenCon experience been so far? How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the answer. So it's been fantastic, man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present, so it's been a fantastic showing from organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being present, answering questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic, so thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see it finished finally, for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing's look. The level of detail here is immaculate. So thank you guys at Imperium. I know that everyone at the LA office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for checking out the community booths. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Oh. Alt what? Function F4. There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert Star Citizen player. Come on over here. You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic in.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate. This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your habs are. So, yeah, you can't go back in. Okay. You want to go straight. You want to follow the exit signs. So left. And those are your elevators.
Are these ones going to kill me?
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm going to say no guarantees that the elevators on Pyro won't kill you.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're going to go to the entrance.
All right. Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
There you go. So, no, show the screen. Show them Pyro. Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to
I'm not. I love you, Jared. I love you.
No, you went too far.
This is old man. Old man playing computer games. It's great.
It's environmental storytelling.
This is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here? Do you know?
I can't read. I know that's rough and ready for the top part.
All right, yeah. So rough and ready are the gang that runs the Checkmate Station. All right.
It's a swear word in Banu.
I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our 2-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody, and I don't know, watch it. It's good.
It's always seemed to have radon AMD cards in their machines. She looks bored.
My name is Khan Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and, yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that
that cabling is a hazard.
Are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context, and here in this draw-over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns and blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy.
I wonder if you can collect those grubs
if you wanted
or
to,
farm them.
But also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we established. So one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah. Versus more open spaces when you have in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Adam will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we're planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to
would be huge.
Engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors. And also alter
powering down
support
turrets
systems.
would be huge.
And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with PYRO. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in PYRO. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations.
Okay.
And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Everyone is so nervous and so cute.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said,
good luck with that.
What am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at CitizenCon in 2021, we showed this new style
That was a while
outpost
ago.
for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So, in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And
Now do space stations.
We go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. And I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes, and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that, but that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Let's do it. I love that sunken in landing zone. There's a road. Roadish. Very nice. This is cool. I love the sunken landing zones. They're cool. Nice.
Thank you. So, what flavors of outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement.
More farmer
There's also a
teasing.
middle
More
layer.
farm teasing.
Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay, and farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location. Not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
I like the holster in the pants. That's cool. Like soot or something. How much farming are they gonna tease, man?
Cool. Thank you. So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration, that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
I like the Burning Man stack in the center. Looks fantastic. I haven't seen a lot of consistency between the demos. Like, where's the crosshair that they showed before? This is the old HUD. This makes me think that we'll see Pyro before we'll see the updates to the HUD and movie glass and all that sort of stuff. I assume we won't see any of that until closer to Squadron 42's release.
So the Outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the Outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences.
Hey,
So
found your
while
baby.
the Outlaw theme looks very different,
Lie down.
the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that.
Yeah, at last.
Where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release.
Okay.
We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course,
Anton?
we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth.
Is this in the future?
At these new locations.
In the future?
We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a small ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
In the future? In the near future? Oh, bonjour.
You. We are French Canadian on the here. Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys, and to the world. So let's go to the chase, and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Here we go. Here we go. Are these all on Microtech? Hey, that's something new. Interesting, okay. That's fucking cool, that Mad Maxian fireball thing. That's great. Very kind of rust. Reminds me of a bit of rust. This is in PYRO? Is this PYRO? Was that Hurston?
Louis.
This is huh?
It's
Yeah, he's walking. This is kind of like an oil rig type thing.
Look at my baby.
That's so cute. What do you think? Do you like it? No?
You should take my baby, please. Take my baby, please.
You want me to take the baby?
Cool guys, eh? Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that.
Not just
so
4.
we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
No. Can you see the snow?
Yeah, I can see the snow. Yeah.
Box missions.
Dead.
The hype is real.
Back.
These settlements are cool. I hate the old UI. Give me the new UI now. No, it's not me. Oh, is audio out of sync? The problem with CitizenCons is like you can't wait until holy shit until all the new stuff comes. You know what I mean? Now we're not going to be able to tolerate all this old stuff.
The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game. So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi. So, welcome to Rust Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the PYRO rest stop stations. So, what are PYRO rest stop stations? Well, these are stations reinvented.
His
These
name
have
is
new
Adam.
Themes, archetypes, and gameplay.
His name's
To
Adam.
support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the PYRO system. For the PYRO system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus.
There's more
Rest stop
stations than I
are either
expecting.
in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of PYRO, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xeno Threat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned, Pyrotech Amalgamated, Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
Man, look at all that trash. They look sick. They look really cool. Did I see a bit of lightning there?
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
Okay, so if I don't have enough rep, I can still sneak in. Okay.
So Khan touched on reputation earlier. Let's see how that is applied to the stations. So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you can have to find an alternate pathing. Or you can have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes, as opposed to the more official primary paths. Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
If you can kill people in these social spaces, you should lose rep with the faction that controls the station if you are griefing people, right? Ew, eat. Ew, it's a bug, Serena. Yeah. A sea nut. Oh, that's what a sea nut is. It's like a big slug.
Looks
The
like
market is a
worms.
social hub, and a good example of mixing social and gameplay space, as mentioned by Khan earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market.
A fat worm.
The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates.
Yeah, it's like cookies.
If you have increased reputation, You can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
Gotta be very quiet, yeah. He's sneaking. Where's the tissue?
Thank you. So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Yay. What's next? We got like
Hey everybody!
another 15 minutes.
We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it?
No.
2 days?
I can't believe it. 2 days. My God.
Pyro?
Pyro.
Starcloth?
Server meshing.
Star Hair? Star Citizen?
Cows.
All right, we've still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Offie, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out. You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right, So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B.
Oji-san has said a joke.
In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good
Hall
friends
B
at
confirmed.
Atmo Esports. We're running
Hall
their
B
Fight and
confirmed.
Flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, the founders, the creators, the big cheeses at the top. Crucian and Corsair, come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity,
Avenger 1's there.
Herbadiza, we got Sin,
Where's Quanti?
Astropub, Jew, we have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players.
All right.
And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way
All
down.
right, 15 minutes. And then I have to go. What's next?
All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
AKA Bone.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course,
Pappy.
we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the
Pappy
event
and
proper. So this is a sign off for me.
Chris Roberts.
Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon.
No.
And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible.
Well, unfortunately I have to go.
About to see everybody.
Shit. Wait, they're gonna go right into it? I thought there was gonna be a break.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure.
Oh, you can watch 15 minutes of this, at least.
I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're gonna see is currently in gray box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars,
You see the Corsair's guns are pointing down?
accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface
Roads.
into the main
Roads
building
are
and to
confirmed.
any berth ships.
Roads.
So
Oh my
every distribution
god.
center will be owned by a faction. You know, depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, you know, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and you know, everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Yes, some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
It looks like Microtech. Poor ArcCorp is just forgotten about. They're gonna have to rebuild ArcCorp from the ground up. See if it transforms, no? Wonder why they were putting down at some point. Maybe that's just a bug. Alright, 8 more minutes. Oh, this guy, look at this sneaky fucker. Marie223, thank you for the follow.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please
7 more
welcome
minutes.
Raynoric to the stage.
7 more minutes, then I have to go.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
So my name is Raynor Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level. And I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space.
Good.
So
that's a good.
Enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
That still looks kind of janky, right? Going up and downstairs. I haven't figured that out yet. That's the old hair as well, I think. Old cloth fabric and old... Yeah. Imagine if they'd announced that you can use vending machines. That would be huge. Game changer.
What is this? What is this? Whoa.
Explosion.
What?
It's an explosion.
What is explosion?
Explosion is like boom. Boom. Explosion.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Well, I think I have to go. I think I have to go.
Team did a great job with that video.
Yeah, they did.
So
Unfortunately,
something we've been working on that's unique
I have to leave.
this location is raids.
Raids, okay.
So raids are team
I didn't get any.
with a
I didn't get any.
focus on high risk, high reward
bingo.
operations. As Khan
But
mentioned
maybe
previously,
after
you'll be able
the
to
stream.
choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will
Unfortunately, I have to go. I have to get my daughter to school, get her dressed and whatnot. But you know, thanks for joining me. How long was this stream for? This stream was a 6-hour stream, so you know, not too bad. Not too bad. Anyway, I'm gonna go watch all this stuff tomorrow, I guess, or maybe later on today. But I'm gonna leave it there for today. Thanks for everyone who kept me company. Everyone was really nice. I know everyone's gone to bed now, but now it's going to be my turn to go to bed. Sayonara. Oyasumi.